Licensing Subcommittee on the 21st of October, starting at 10 o'clock.
I'm Councillor Russ McPherson. I just welcome you to Cambridge City Council Licensing Subcommittee meeting. What I propose to do is just to get everybody to introduce themselves as we go around. If you could please just make sure that your microphone is on, otherwise we have one or two people online who won't be able to hear you otherwise. So if I could just start with the members on the bench first, please.
Councillor Hugh Clough.
Councillor Tim Griffin.
Luke Catchpole, Environmental Health and Licensing Support Team Leader.
Ian Hawkins, Legal Advisor.
Kirsty Draycott, Senior Trading Standards Officer.
Adam Wright, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Trading Standards.
PC Claire Metcalf, Licensing.
And Alex Beebe, Environmental Health Officer.
Nataraja Sasikumar, I'm the new premise holder.
Ahilan Silvaraja, staff.
And we have Jane online, if you'd just like to introduce.
Jane Gilliard, I'm the agent for the applicant, yeah.
Thank you so much. And my next task is to verify the appointment of chair. If I could just hand that to legal representation, please.
Thank you. Could I ask for a proposer for Councillor Russ McPherson? Thank you, Councillor Clough. And could I have a councillor to second this proposal, please? Would you second the proposal of Mr. Russ McPherson as chairman?
Yes, I would.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everyone. In that case, then, are there any declarations of interest from the panel? No declarations of interest? Sorry, you were going to speak.
None.
Okay, I just, for people on the line, I just will remind them that councillors, or in fact anybody else, can declare a declaration of interest at any time as we proceed through the meeting. If you so wish to do so, that will be absolutely fine. In that case, then, my next item is the meeting procedure. Now, we can do one of two things. We can agree the meeting procedure that's actually in front of you, that's in the papers, if everybody's happy with doing that. Or, Alex, you wish to speak?
I just wondered if Jane, the licence holder's agent, might want to introduce herself.
I didn't miss her, Alex. So we can take it, if everyone's happy with the procedure that's in front of them, we'll proceed. If not, then I'll go through some of it, whichever is your pleasure. Is everybody happy with that procedure? Jane, are you online? Are you happy with it?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
thank you so much. Just to make sure everybody is. And of course, you can ask questions on it whenever you wish. There's no issue with that. So that will take us to the first item, which I'll hand over to Luke to read the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. An application under Section 51 of the Licensing Act 2003 for a review of the premises licence with respect to Luxor Sparkles, 103 Cherry Hinton Road, Cambridge, has been received from Trading Standards. The application was served on Cambridge City Council and the premises licence holder, Akshayam Limited, on the 2nd of September 2024. A copy of the application was also served on each responsible authority. The application is attached to the report at Appendix A. The applicant is seeking a review of the premises licence for the reasons outlined in the application. In accordance with the regulations of the Act, the application was advertised on the premises and at the Licensing Authority Office, Mandela House, to invite representations from responsible authorities and other persons. The last date for submitting representations was the 30th of September 2024. Representations were received from two responsible authorities, Cambridgeshire Constabulary and Cambridge City Council acting as the licensing authority. The representations are attached to the report as Appendix B. On the 23rd of September 2024, applications were received to transfer the premises licence to Mr. Sasikumar to make Mr. Sasikumar the designated premises supervisor, and also to change the name of the premises to Premier Cambridge Convenience Store. The applications were to take immediate effect. A copy of the current premises licence is attached to the report as Appendix C. The application needs to be determined. was recommended that members determine the application on its individual merits, having reference to the statutory licence objectives and Cambridge City Council Statement of Licensing Policy. The premises was granted a premises licence on the 10th of December 2007. Mrs Mary Flo had been the premises licence holder from this date until the 4th of April 2024, when the licence was transferred to Akshayam Limited. The designated premises supervisor was changed to Luxor Shiny Mariflow, and a copy of the premises licence at the time of the review application being submitted is attached to the report as Appendix D. A history of any complaints associated with the premises has been detailed in the Licensing Authority's representation, which can be found in Appendix B. The premises licence was reviewed on the 14th of February 2024 after a review application was submitted by Immigration Enforcement Alcohol Licensing at the Home Office. The review was heard by the Licensing Subcommittee on 22nd of April 2024. A copy of the committee report is attached to the report as Appendix E, and the record of decision is attached to the report as Appendix F. A test purchasing exercise was carried out by Trading Standards on the 12th of August, which saw alcohol sold to a 16-year-old volunteer. On the 2nd of September 2024, Trading Standards submitted an application to review the premises licence. On the 23rd of September 2024, applications were received to transfer the premises licence to Mr Sasikuma and to make him the designated premises supervisor, and also to change the name of the premises to Premier Cambridge Convenience Store. An email and accompanying documents have been provided by Jane Gilliard, representing Mr Sasikuma. These have been attached to the report as Appendix G. Thank you.
Any questions for the officers? No questions?
No, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jane. No questions from this side? Everybody happy?
I've just got one
Yeah,
question.
go ahead.
It's just, I'm just trying to trace through page, I can see that you talk about a record of decision, which is Appendix F. Is that on page 61?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so if I flick, so where does Appendix E start? Which page?
It doesn't look like to be part of the report. I wonder if it was too big a document from last time that it didn't come through on the system. Sarah, are you? If you need copies of them,
I'm sure it's not, sorry.
If
I'm
you
sure
need-
it's not,
if you need copies of them, we can get them for you.
okay, I just want to check I haven't misread the order. Thank you.
Yeah, I picked that up earlier. We're going to pick that up at the wash-up, but it doesn't really matter because it's still available to us should we wish to, well, we will wish to view that at the review stage. Thank you. In that case, it's up to Jane, perhaps, or the gentleman in
Sorry,
the
Chair.
chamber.
It should be Trading Standards because they're the applicant in this case.
Of course,
and the
yeah, sorry,
licence holder
Kirsty.
goes last.
How could I forget you? How silly of me. Yeah, so Kirsty, it's yours, yeah, of course. Thanks, Luke.
Thank you. I will just keep it, very simple, that following the last licence review hearing, Trading Standards received further complaints about the premises known as Luxor Sparkles. As a result of that, they then go back on the list for the next test purchasing exercise that we conduct. That was conducted on the 12th of August this year, and that's where Luxor Sparkles again sold alcohol to our 16-year-old volunteer, and that's why we've requested the licence review hearing today.
And I'm guessing if we have just a brief look at page 16, that sort of lists it all, doesn't it? That list.
Yeah,
That sort of condenses it all, doesn't it, on that page? If it's
Absolutely.
It makes it easier for anyone. Page 16 is definitely the one to go for that. Any questions, the officer? Jane, are you happy? So I'm asking you to make sure you can hear us, Jane, that's all. So you're happy?
Yes,
with
yes,
that?
I can,
Okay,
Chair,
that's
thank
fine.
you.
I don't want you to miss anything because you're online, that's all. So excuse me for picking you out.
No, it's
Just
fine,
to make
Chair,
sure
thank
that
you.
you've got everything that you need. Okay, in that case then, if there are no questions for the officers, no, okay. In that case then, we'll go to the licensed representatives. Jane, are you speaking for the gentleman or are you going to speak for
Yeah,
yourself?
sorry. Chair, sorry. It then goes to those that made the representations.
Sorry,
It
Luke,
goes to
I'm not
those that
picking
made the representations, the police and the licensing authority. Jane and the licence holder will speak last.
It's just it wasn't in the notes that you had that you were going to make the representation. That's all. It's just not in here, but that's fine. Yeah, carry on.
Thank you. I think as you can see from the representations that have been submitted, there has been concern over a number of years in relation to the running of the premises, particularly around the age-restricted sales of both alcohol, tobacco and vapes. And obviously following the premises licence review being called, the transfer and change of a designated premises supervisor, it is a well-known practice in the licensing world that this would minimise the likelihood of a hearing actually going ahead. As hopefully the transfer and the designated premises supervisor change would mean that a responsible operator in most cases will mitigate further issues occurring at the premises. Hopefully this will be the case. There are just a couple of points that I feel I need clarification on that I think would help you make a decision in this case. I don't know if you want me to discuss that now or at a later point. Yeah, you're happy for me to do it now? Lovely. I think it's just around the reassurances as to moving forwards that there are no business links between Mr. Saskia Kumar and the previous owner and operator of the business, as it is clear that the previous operators over many years have not taken with their responsibilities seriously and have prioritised basically financial gain of a family-run business over the laws relating to age-related sales and in turn putting teenagers at risk. The second question I feel needs clarification on is around the date of when I had received an allegation of underage sale, which was the latest allegation, which relates to one in September of this year. I understand it was the 16th of September. Basically, a concerned parent emailed me in relation to the fact that they had attended the premises after being concerned that their teenage son was being supplied with age-related products from the premises. He claims that he attended the shop on the 16th of September this year, where he states he spoke to a male shop assistant who gave his name as Raj. And allegedly he's witnessed this male selling to what he describes as underage persons, age-restricted products, namely vapes and tobacco. And this has been done by providing their ID on their mobile phones, which is not a practice that is permitted. And it's just around the clarification of who that staff member may have been on the 16th. I know that that was prior to the 1 week prior to the date that Mr. Saskia Kumar took over, but it'd just be interesting, I think, to establish that there are no links between that salesperson and anybody who is employed at the premises moving forwards. And that's it for me, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Claire. Sorry to, I didn't realise you had a statement to make. Sorry, that was obviously I didn't miss you, but some of what you've said is in the report. If I could just ask for a clarification on page 16, because it's just easier to read. There's the test purchase exercise undertaken on 12th of the 8th, 24. So just to be clear, this issue on the 16th is in fact something completely different. Yeah, I remember reading it in the report, but I just wanted to just to clarify that.
The date that I was talking about is the 16th of September.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that date because it's not on that list. So just to because that's a really, that's quite a good list to focus on, and it would be a shame to miss that. You also clarified that the 16th of the 8th would in fact be 1 week after the current licence holder actually took possession of that licence.
Yeah, it's the 16th of the 9th, it was 16th of September.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the officer? Nobody? Okay. Yeah. I haven't forgotten you, Alex, don't worry. So just to, so what you've actually come up with is, this is, just to be clear, this is not new evidence because it's actually in the bundle. So just want to clarify that to those online and here. All of that is actually in here, so it's not been introduced right now. I know it's quite a big report, there's lots in there, but what Claire has said is in fact in here. Okay, thank you everybody. Alex, it's over to you.
Thank you. So since I wrote my submissions in the review, of course, there have been some changes, which I'm sure that Jane will go on to discuss. As Claire and Kirsty have said, I mean, we do have very many questions which we would like to put to the licence holder and find out about what's going on with the business now. I would sort of add to that, we'd like to know a bit more about the level of staff training and what that involves. Are they keeping a refusals register, for instance? And just knowing a bit more about how the business is operating at this point in time. I think the other thing to bear in mind is that from all our submissions, and you'll see there is an extensive history, Luxor Sparkles has been a focus for underage sales for many years. This goes back to 27, perhaps even before. So we would be very interested to know from the licence holder and the agent how they intend to break this cycle, because from the report from the parent that is in Claire's submission, that comment about the children going there and expected to be served alcohol and looking surprised when that happened is quite concerning. So like I say, it will be very interesting to hear what measures they intend to implement in order to stop this happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Alex. Some of those questions I already had in some of my notes as well. So what we'll do, if these things are not covered in the way that we need them to be from the agent, then we'll ask one at a time. Okay. Any questions for Alex? No? Okay, thank you. I had another one, but in fact, I'm just going to leave that for now. So, in that case, in the end, Jane, we have got round to you. Sorry that I misled you there. I wasn't quite clear that the police officer was going to make a statement. Did you wish to present the case on behalf of the licensees?
Thank you, Chair. Basically, found out the shop was back in the position that it was in last year. Sorry, can you see it there? Is that better?
Yeah, that's fine.
Better. And Mr. Mariflow contacted us, and I actually said to him that, you know, he'd kind of cooked his goose really, in terms of moving forward with the premises licence. He did tell me about the matters that had led to it, which is on page 69. Quite a personal, there's a few personal issues with his wife and with his family, which led to the decision that the only way forward was to sell the shop. I totally agreed with that, said that, you know, there would be no way forward for him after having had the grace he was given from yourselves in the past. And it took a couple of weeks for him to contact people who he knew were interested in the shop or have been interested in the shop for a while. I have been told, and I have got no reason to disbelieve that the new premises licence holder is no link to him whatsoever. There's no business link to him whatsoever. Mr. Mariflow has got the responsibility of looking after his 10-year-old daughter now alone, so that's what he's having to concentrate on. There has been a little bit of a transition with staff and things, and my client will tell you that if you ask him. I just want to point out that this guy is a businessman of a number of years and has been involved and has got a lot of experience and has got other shops and is, has got an unblemished record and continues to do that in his other businesses and intends to bring that knowledge and those methods into the shop, rebranding the shop, renaming the shop and starting from scratch really. Is aware that there's been problems with it, and is aware of the work that needs to be done, but will implement everything into the shop that he has got in these other shops as well. He said it was the first thing he said was I've never had any problems, never had any fines or any failures of test purchasing or anything, and intends to actually run this premises in the same way. I have provided a list of his premises as well for you to have a look at, and his history, which is in the report.
Okay, thank you for that, Jane. Did you wish to say anything else?
No, I don't think so. I think maybe you could maybe speak to him himself to get any in-depth information that you want. But I do know there's been a transition period of a changing over, and that the staff may have been getting moved over. He is intending to bring his own staff in. He is intending to have the training and everything that he has in every shop that he's active in. So it's kind of like a new broom brushing it out. He is aware that it has had a reputation of it being a problem premise for underage, and that's something he just doesn't want anything to do with. He wants to just kind of turn it around and operate it in the same style as he does these other premises.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to my colleagues first. I have a few questions, but I'll go to my colleagues first. Tim?
No, go ahead. I'm still formulating.
You?
I can see the other papers that Jane refers to, just starting here. So the papers you're referring to, Jane, start at page... Which page do they start at then? They start
I've got
page 65.
page 69. Page 69 shows you the history of what's occurred with who was the owner.
Okay, so the list of premises the gentleman looks after, is it in charge of, where is that?
That's at page 67, 66 and 65, I think. Yeah, it's in an email that I sent in, page 65, 66, 67 and 68.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, thank you for that. I do have a couple of questions, as you might guess. And as the officers have pointed out, they're obviously, there's no point in beating around the bush here, that there is going to be some trepidation about this because of the history and the fact that we did, if you like, take a chance last time in the hope that the business would be able to continue in a proper and legal way, which obviously hasn't happened. At 3.4 on page 9, a test purchase exercise was carried out by Trading Standards on the 12th of August 2024, which saw alcohol sold to a 16-year-old volunteer on the 2nd of September 2024. Trading Standards submitted an application to review the premises licence. That was a bit disappointing because that was a problem last time, and I do have a concern about that, I have to say, but I just needed to point that out.
Chair,
yeah, go ahead, Jane.
Could I just say in connection with that, Chair, that was Mr. Mariflow who sold that. That was the guy who was in front of you last year, or this year. And he's, at that time I did say to him that obviously there was no way forward for him to stay in those premises because that was a clear failure of what he'd agreed to do. And it was him himself. It's no excuse. I mean, I don't expect it to be looked at as an excuse, but that was the old regime, and that was, if you look at page 69, that is the circumstances he told me that, you know, that occurred under, and I'm not for 1 minute excusing that. What I'm trying to do is just say that that's the mitigating circumstances around that, and that was the old regime. That has got nothing to do with this new guy. Just wanted to clarify that, Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jane. I did realise that, but that takes me to the next part of my question, that the police officer came up with on the 16th of the 9th, which is after the takeover of the new licence, where there was a report to the police of an underage person being sold items that they shouldn't have been sold. So I'm sort of quite interested in that as well, because that was under the new regime. So I'm quite happy the gentleman here today could perhaps explain that to us. So one of my colleagues has asked if you just give us your names once more, that's all.
Yeah, we got the 10th of October, that's a letter came to
Yeah, could
us.
you just give us your names once more, please?
Nadaraja Sasikumar.
I'm the staff, is Silva Jahilan. So the store taken over 10th of October, the new owners. 10th of October. 10th of October.
The paper.
If you wish to clarify the statement I've just made, please do.
Sorry, Chair, I just wanted to clarify the date of the alleged sale that the concerned parent came to me on was the 16th of September. The new premises licence holder didn't take over till the week after, so that's the 23rd of September. I'm just seeking clarification as to which staff member that may have been the previous week, and whether or not that staff member is going to be working at the premises moving forwards.
Okay, so slightly different.
Can I just clarify that, Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Jane.
That was under the old management, because obviously that was in he still had responsibility at that point, because he was he had 2 or 3 people interested in buying the premises, and it hadn't been agreed at that point. So that member of staff, I think you said his name was Raj, he would be under what was the then current regime, not the new regime.
Okay, let's clarify that, Jane. So are you saying that this gentleman is not going to be working in the shop anymore?
No, he's not.
Okay, was that the clarification you were seeking, Claire?
Yes, thank you.
I just like, can I just point out at this stage as well? I mean, the stores that my client is involved in, is responsible for, has got all the staff training in place. It's got everything documented, and that's he intends to implement that bring his own staff in, implement that into this store as well, to run it as the same as he's ran and does run the other stores that he's responsible for.
Yeah, that's fine, Claire, I understand that. What I'm going to do a little later on, my colleagues have asked their questions, is just to ask the gentleman here with us just to explain what that training regime is going to be, how it's going to be implemented, and also the main question of the thing that's most concerning is the reputation the premises have had in the past and how they're going to mitigate that. Those are a couple of my future questions. Tim.
Yes, I just want to clarify. You are Mr. Sasikumar.
Yes, I'm Nadaraja Sasikumar.
And I didn't catch your name.
Ahilan Silva.
And how are you related to this?
I'm staff.
Staff, okay. Thank you.
Okay, in that case, then I'll jump to those couple of questions. So, gentlemen, I think we'd like to understand because there isn't a record of the type of training that you give. So, we'd like to hear what sort of training that you give, how often, how's it implemented, and secondly, after you've answered that one, it's the reputation of the premises in the local area and unfortunately local schools, which is going to be an issue. And I fully accept that the premises are going to be, you want to rename them, there's going to be different staff, different owners. Yeah, I get all that. But people are creatures of habit. And if you get many young people turning up attempting to purchase items which fall outside of the legal licence, how that's going to be mitigated and how that story is going to get to those people that don't come to your premises, because it's not going to happen. So we need to be really clear how those two things are going to happen. And the reason I ask them together is because how you mitigate the safety of the premises and protect young people from harm will be heavily implemented or instigated within the training that you give the staff. That's why I'm interested in what training, how it's going to happen, how it's going to be implemented, how it's going to be checked, and how the premises is going to move on from the reputation it now has. And to me, that's one thing. It will all come in within the training as far as I can see it in my mind, unless anybody disagrees with that. Because if the training isn't there and the new staff don't realise the situation the shop's been in, I'm not sure how that's going to work out. So sorry that's a long spiel, gentlemen, much longer than I normally make. So if we could just start with the training, how and when, and if you have a list of the training that you would normally, because there is a checklist, it's a standard checklist, is there not there for that sort of training, and then people, then we can see what that is. So type of training, when you train, how you top it up, how you check it, and how we can mitigate the past reputation of the premises. Thank you.
Since from 2008, I'm running the business. Now currently I'm running the business in Haverhill Service Station in Haverhill.
I'm sorry to stop you, but I'm finding that quite difficult. It's not very clear. Can you speak just a little bit slower?
Yeah, since from 2008, I'm running the business franchise with the MFG Motor Fuel Company. But currently, I'm running Haverhill Service Station SO, is Bajans. So that's a 24 hours of license. I have a 14 staff working with me. So normally we carry, is every 3 months, we have a trainee, CPL called trainee or online. So we got print it out, everything reading, asking questions, and then they need to take it. If they fail, and they have to read again, all the training, every 3 months, and complete all the paperwork, need to sign, and then need to clearly, and then we have a trainee as well. Every 3 months, they will check company called is a legal aid. They come and check in, not really even standard, different company. So
What is the name of that company that comes in and does?
Service legal company, serve legal company. They come and check us but they never tell us when they come in. We always passed and we continue running. So, and then we put the 25, because we have a challenge 25, and then we put the sign on the glass window, challenge 25, we under any no ID, no sales. And then we will be very strict, but I can see that in Cambridge because so many students are there. So I know that's a very big challenge, but I can prove it myself to run because I have since 2000, like 17 years experience. Yes, I take the challenge, I can do it, but this is my job because I'm training every 3 months. I have to do it. It's not the first, and then I'm running the garage. If I fail this one, then I'm losing other business as well. So I don't take risk this one. So continue, I'm running, and then if you give me a good opportunity, I can prove it to myself.
Chair, can I just clarify something there?
Yeah, please do, Joan.
Serve Legal is a test purchasing company, so they randomly go into, so you would employ them to go into your premises and do your test purchasing without you knowing that they're coming, similar to what obviously the authority does. So Serve Legal is an independent company that does that. So what he's saying there is he's always, all the staff have always passed the test purchases that have been done by Serve Legal.
Sorry, could I just clarify the exact name of the company?
Serve Legal.
Serve Legal.
Yeah. It's
Normally,
quite well known. It's quite well known within the the industry that they do carry out test purchasing up and down the country.
Yeah, thanks for that, Chair. And I have heard that name before. I would ask the officers at that point if they recognise that company and would consider that these were sufficient test purchases to prove a point.
I mean, I don't recognise the specific company, but I am aware that there are companies out there that do that. All I would, I guess, really ask is, would you employ that company to conduct test purchases at what was known as Luxor Sparkles? Will you continue that at this premises?
I have an experience about this one, but it's my job to do this one every time to retrain the people every 1-2 months. New staff come in to my shops. So that's I'm every day doing that off license because I cannot sell because there's 20 for off license. So I'm continually doing so. Only experience I can show them my talent, and then I don't have any fail before my business.
Can I just jump in there as well, Kirsty? I don't think you kind of understood that, but yes, that will be something that I'll ask them. That'll see has to do. We could even put that into a condition if you wanted to.
Thank you.
The officer's question was, are you intending to employ this company to make those test purchases in these premises? So that was a sort of yes or no, really.
Yes, I can do it privately, so I have to pay the money for it, like every year, 6 months, I have to pay like £300, so they can come and randomly check out. But normally they come in over 18, but we must ask ID. If I don't ask ID, we failed. That's the way we train them, all the staff. But normally they're 18, but we don't ask the ID, but we failed. But we must ask ID. If they show them ID, and then we will. But if they look like, normally they are not 25. They look like it's 24, but ID is showing over 18. But we must ask, or challenge 25. If they look like it's 25, we can ask ID.
Okay, so you've answered the challenge 25. I'm still looking for a yes or no. That's all I'm looking for. Are you going to employ this company to do test purchases in these premises? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
And how often would they, in the contract that you enter into with Serve Legal, how often would they come to visit? Obviously, they're not going to tell you when they're going to visit. But, you know, would it be once every 3 months? Would it be twice every 3 months? What is the frequency? I understand there's a cost to it, but I just wanted to know what the frequency was.
Normally they decided when they come in. We can't, but we will handle them to these shops and name and everything. They come and check. They never tell us when they come in, but if we want, we can carry on till they come and check. Currently our shops come every 1 or 2 months. They come and check it, and after if they passed, and they send the email, you passed and good. So I'm going to try like every 2 months or 1 month because there is already so many issues going on there. So I can try every once a month or something like that.
So your contractual relationship with this firm will be that they will do at least 1 or 2 test purchases every month or 2 months?
Every month or 2 months they come in, but they don't tell us when they come in. So every month.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to understand, you know.
Every 2 months.
Yeah, thank you.
This is a question for Mr. Sasikumar. Have you already purchased this business?
It's going on legal already, but I already changed everything. But in the legally, I have to do the old stock take everything done. But legally, the leads still didn't change properly. But it's 1-2 months take time to change professional, like change over the leads.
Can I just clarify that it's going through the process as would normally take, even without a review. It's going through the process of time with the solicitors. It is with the solicitors currently.
So I would take that as a no. He does not own
Well,
this.
no, they've agreed, and there's been a deposit paid, but the actual sale of it's like anything, it's going through the legal process.
So I'll take that as a no. He does not own this premise at the moment.
He's in the process of purchasing it.
Got it. So I've got another question for Mr. Sasikumar. Were you aware of the reputation of this location when you entered into the process of it?
About months ago, I went visit the shops and then I have issues and then I told them okay, I took over that. And then I changed a license promise and then he told me to change because he can't run anymore the shops that owner told. So, and then he stopped the account and I'm start running them. So I'm going to put another 2 staff to start running.
So perhaps you didn't understand the question. My question was, were you aware of the reputation of this shop? That is, the reputation it had in the community for breaking the law, essentially. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are you intending to as part of your rebrand, are you going to change the frontage of the shop dramatically?
Yes, I'm going to do the put in the Premier. I'm going to change the brand because that's not really looks nice. I went there, but it's not my style, that one. So I'm going to rebrand. I'm going to spend so much money to put, and then I need to remove all the front of window because no sign there. I can see the off license. So I need 24 age related to anything. I cannot see anything. So I have to put clearly on the window. So when they come in and they can see properly for the underage, you can't sell it and everything.
I'm going to bounce back to the second half of my previous long question, and that is within the training, which I'm particularly interested in. How often are you going to train staff? And I'm particularly interested in the ID situation. So how would the staff be asked to approach young people for their ID so that they can prove beyond all reasonable doubt that they are the age that they say they are? What sort of ID would you be getting your staff to look for?
They have to show them a driving license, passport, and then council, the ID check, you know, the normally photo ID card council give. That's the one we check, normally 3. All other one are we rejected and we don't do that.
So if a young person pitches up with their telephone and shows you a photograph, such like, of those documents, how would you treat that?
We have to review the sales and we need to write the refusal book on the time and who came there, and then we need to write the name and everything. So we cannot sell.
Can I ask a question about CCTV coverage in the shop?
Was that confirmation about a refusal register? That if they come in with a photo ID?
No ID, no sales, like refusal book. So we need, normally we have a book. So we have to write the sales refusal book. So we need to write the name and everything.
Okay, if this is coming later on.
Yeah.
Yeah, CCTV coverage in the shop. Could you explain what the CCTV system would cover and confirm that those people who are working in the shop would be able to use that CCTV and retrieve data from it at the request of various agencies, should they turn up, so they have the training to actually use them? Because sometimes that can be a little bit tricky if you don't always know how it works. And I'm particularly interested, how many units, how many cameras were you thinking of? Where would they be pointed? So just a bit more about CCTV coverage, if I may, please.
Yeah, we're going to cover all the off-license area and the counter area, and then I'm going to put this online so I can see from my phone as well. So normally I do currently my other shops, so I can see that. So I can control them to the camera, and then everywhere I can put the CCTV camera. And then if they 30 days cover of camera, so CCTV cartridge. So normally I know the police, I'm always doing with the dealing with the police anyway. The previous, my currently, they asking come and CCTV camera records every week. So that's all covered the important area like front, tobacco areas and off-license area need to properly cover up, and we can see clearly.
So, just for my information, these days our CCTV installations, do they stream up to the cloud and you access it from there? You're not relying on CCTV, you know, on a series of CDs in the back of the shop. It sounds as if you're looking at it from the cloud. Is that correct?
Yeah, both. We can record normally on shop as well, and then we can connect to the phone as well, and we can watch on phone as well. So with 24-hour access, we can see any issues and we can control from camera.
And is it just yourself, or is it somebody else in your organisation who is doing periodic reviews of what's going on?
It's myself, I'm watching.
Thank you.
So I guess you're talking about the 30-day hard drive than the rest of it, but you can still view it live as it's going, but you've got the 30-day hard drive to come back to. Okay, and archiving after 30 days, how would that work? So because it's overwritten, generally speaking, overwritten at day 31, isn't it? It starts to overwrite. So plans to archive those on those 30-day cycles. So if somebody wants to come back and review something that happened 34, 35, 36 days ago, would they be able to review that?
No, normally 30 days, but anyway, if any reviews will book, we write it then everything and in time and everything. Maybe if the police can ask record, we can give them. But my experience, only 30 days, they come ask, the police come and ask in CCTV record. If we want, we can put extra hard drive for 2 months or 3 months, we can keep it. But my experience, only 30 days, we keep all of the shops.
Yeah, 30 days is standard, I get that. But remember, we're talking about premises here with quite a long history of law breaking. So there may be situations where something comes to light after a 30-day period where it can't be retrieved. So my question is, because it's quite easy to archive. I mean, I know how CCTV works. I've worked it a lot. So archiving those 30 days is not difficult. So my question is, will you be archiving that, say, 2-3 months so that agencies would be able to retrieve that should the position arise? I get your point that it's very rare for that to happen. This is a premises which has got a story all of its own, which is why we're being particularly careful, and you'll understand that. So what I'm saying is archiving those other CCTV images which can be retrieved after the 30-day limit.
I don't know anything about that for that more than 30 days cover, but I can ask CCTV operator for even got like 3 months if they put hard drive, and then but because there's so many issues happen in the store, maybe I can try for extra money some paid and then hard drive to extra supporting for 3 months. Maybe the police can keep records. Maybe in for me as well because I need some time as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry to press you on that, but of course, once an event has happened, if there's no history or no visual left, there's no going back to it. And of course, good CCTV images from units that are in positioned correctly in the right light at the right time, and the timing is correct, time stamped is correct. That picture saves 1,000 words, doesn't it? And it also shows willingness that there's nothing to hide in that shop. And we're just being particularly careful because of its previous, and we would have to demonstrate to other these agencies and to local people that we looked at all this. So that's So I apologise slightly for pushing you on it, but I need to understand that you understand how important that is to retrieve those images. Gentlemen, questions? Officers have any questions? Yeah, please, Luke.
Chair. On page 67 of Jane's email, you've said that you are willing to make additional changes to the premises licence by way of additional conditions. Do you have a prepared list of these conditions that you would be happy to have on the licence?
We don't have a prepared list, but like that's just come up about the CCTV. So the 30 days up to a maximum of 90 days or whatever would obviously, that would be something that would be acceptable as a condition. Also something like the serve legal if you wanted that on a monthly basis. I mean, obviously we're open to anything that is going to enhance the store in terms of the managing of it, in terms of the reputation of it, in terms of the confidence within the authority of it being run in the appropriate and legal way it should be.
Okay.
Chair,
Yeah,
I have some questions, if I may.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Please do.
Thank you. So I think you said it was the 10th of October that you start the new regime, as Jane has referred to. Is that when you started running the business you'd taken over from the Mariflows?
Everything, that's, we have a changing on the names and a little bit delaying. That's why we can't continue, because when you can take over, because I told them until the name changed and then I took over, because otherwise I don't know how gonna go with that.
And I think Jane mentioned that you've inherited some of Mariflow's staff. Is that correct?
Legally, because I cannot throw them out because it's it's employment, it's a contract, but I need to take some step by step, because I cannot employment by law, you know, that I can't, because if the previous levy happened, then I need to put new staff and then to train, and then even though if I keep him, I can't keep him because he's already failed many times on the business.
And do you know when the last day was that Mariflow worked in Luxor Sparkles?
No, he's not working anymore.
My question was, when was the last day? Do you know the date when he last worked in Luxor Sparkles?
I think it's last Monday's work or something. Before that, I took over.
So, what, the last week or so?
Not last weekend.
Alex, can I just jump in there? I've been speaking to Mr. Mariflow as well, and I think it's been like a little bit of obviously there's been an issue with taking the staff, like you mentioned, the staff. There was a little bit of a crossover as to when the date was for the final takeover was going to be, because obviously they were looking at the legal side of it, but also this side of it had a little bit of an implication. But it was all agreed, and it was agreed that the staff who were there would not be remaining. So, because that was one of the things that I pointed out, that the staff, there's been issues with the staff from all the time that I've known him. So it has been a little bit kind of roller coaster at the moment, but it that's all finished. It's all done. I spoke to them last week, told them that, you know, that their involvement was then it was finished. We spoke to the legal people about the purchase of the business, and it's just been that takeover. It's taken a little bit more time because of the difficult circumstances that's under. I'm sure my client will actually be able to show you on his phone the training method that he uses. If it's a login, if you want to have a look at the training that's on offer for his current staff. I'm sure he'll be able to show you that there.
Thank you, Chair. I still think I'm a little bit confused. So Mr Mariflow, when was the last time he worked at the premises?
The 10th he's not working. After change, my license changed to the 10th of October.
But you took over as premises licence holder and the DPS on the 23rd of September. Has Mr Mariflow worked at the premises since you've been the premises licence holder and the DPS?
No, it's a little bit confusing because he told me it's already applied, but I didn't receive any paperwork with legally, so that's why I couldn't go there to entrance. So I already give the paperwork and everything. So I received the 10th of October, and then I just told them so he can't work anymore or anything and promise.
So the paperwork that we have states that on the 23rd of September you took over as a designated premises supervisor and the premises licence holder. So Mr Mariflow has worked at the premises after the 23rd of September. Is that correct?
Don't know, maybe because he's come and go because some the shop things are inside and everything, but he's not working, he can't. But 10th of October, he cannot work because I told her to, because until change my name and the premise license properly, the paperwork, so I can't do anything because I'm not sure I can legally change the name or not.
Can I just clarify, Claire? The 23rd of September was when the immediate effect change took place. Mariflow's staff have still been in there. He has not had any responsibility to work there, but that staff was still there. And then the 10th of October, that's when the staff changed over.
So, Jane, sorry. So from the 23rd of September, when your client took over, can you just confirm whether or not Mr Mariflow has worked at the premises since that date?
No, I've been told not.
Okay, thank you. May I just ask clarification on one more point, please? So the gentleman sitting next to you, did you introduce yourself as Raj at the beginning of the hearing? Sorry? Do you ever go by the name of Raj?
No. I have a store. I'm a supervisor resident license in. I have a shop in. So we work for in Newmarket as well. I never worked. I'm just going to start working for him. Yeah.
Okay, so
I work for different stores.
So you haven't worked at the premises
I haven't
before?
worked since.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
And also, you have taken over the business. Does that also include like the freehold or the leasehold of the premises? Because I understand there is some living accommodation there as well. So could you clarify what you actually are buying, what you will own?
It's a shop only, leasehold, that's it.
I believe there is a flat above though, isn't there?
No, I'm only talking the downstairs shop only, not any other floor.
And the other thing I was going to ask, are you maintaining a refusals register at Luxor Sparkles at this time?
Yes, of course, I'm doing it in service 16 years. I never had any right without writing the books, because that's why I learned and studied, because we had to write the refusal book, must.
And since you took over on the 10th of October, how many refusals have you recorded in the book since then?
We didn't start write refusal book, we need to order, and then first come in here and then start it again like new. But you're asking what is we can do it. So I'm going to do this all refitting and done, and then I have to put the 25 challenge and the windows, and then I have to write the books and everything. So currently I'm doing the 25, we have to review some books writing. So this is why I'm going to start properly train new staff as well. And then they need to give the papers to CPL trainee, so they can do it as well, online courses for houses.
So just to clarify, you don't have a refusals register at Luxor Sparkles at this point in time?
Not this time, but I'm going to do because I'm already doing, so I know that house handling.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions, I'm afraid. It's clear from what you said earlier that the sale is not finalised. So this is, as far as we can see, unless you can tell us differently, you do not legally own those premises at the moment. You sell a house, it's all very well saying, yes, it's going through the process, that we all get, but you're still not the actual owner of that house. And this, as far as I can see, is no different. So you've taken over the licence itself, but the premises and the business you don't yet own. So all I require to that is a yes or a no. Just to require a yes, it's just straight yes or no to that. That's all it is. Do you own these premises entirely now or not?
Yes.
That is not what Jane told us earlier. She said it was in the process. That's not the same thing. So you either do or you don't. Jane said it's in the process, you say you own it. It can't be both. It's got to be one or the other.
Legally, I'm not.
Right, okay, thank you. That's all I need. So it hasn't gone through yet. That's that. Okay, that's all I need. 10th, I've just got some questions. 10th of the 10th, when you took over the licence, because I understand you've got some experience of running these, running premises, so this is why I'm going to ask you this. So you took over the licence on the 10th of the 10th, but the sale has not yet gone through, and we're now, 21st of October. So you took over the licence at 10th of the 10th before actually completing the purchase of the business. Is that what you would normally do?
Normally it's not like, but this is the situation. We have to take over because they take over the business. So between the middle, normally, or if you take over, everything completely change over and paperwork and legally and leads change, then take over a change. This is an emergency situation, then can change your license and then take over because you want to come out from the business or family problem and lots of issues, so many.
Okay, thank you. So I'm right in that. So that's an unusual situation, which I thought it would be. So would you have an idea, again, I realise these things are a little bit fluid, but would you have, give us a reasonably firm idea of the date at which you expect to be the owner of these premises? So we've already established you're not at the moment, and that's fine, these things take time, that's okay, I just need to be clear on it. So what I'm after now is, what would the date be when you were actually the owner of the company? Or you know, within a few days. I know you can't say precisely.
It's my position, sir, if you to continue the license, and then I will take over the shop and then completely, and then I already start the legal process. So otherwise I have to cancel it because I can't go through this one.
Okay, my question is, what would the date be that you would hope then to be the owner of this premises?
From
entirely?
today, and then I will to more continue and put more staff and new training, and then I take over completely.
Chair, can I just jump in there?
Yeah, please do, Jane. Yeah.
I spoke to to Malflow's solicitor last week, and he said it would be 2 to 3 months from the 10th of October. That's what he anticipated. 2 to 3 months is what he said it was. So that could be anywhere to November to December.
Okay, so what you've just said to us is that should the licence be granted, that you would put staff in there and you would be taking over almost immediately, but Jane is telling us that's not actually going to happen for 3 months. So which one is it, please?
No, I didn't mean that. I meant the sale, Chair. I meant the sale. It wasn't the case of him not taking over. That's an immediate thing. What the solicitor said to me was the actual purchase of it would take up to 2 to 3 months. He will still be running it in the meantime, but the purchase, the actual purchase of it could take up to 2 to 3 months, is what he said.
Yeah, I get that, Jane, and that's what I'm trying to get at. When would you be the actual owners? So that is the question I asked. So we're now talking about it could. I get it could be 2 to 3 months. I accept that. I wasn't asking for an actual date. So nothing. So you're not likely to be the actual owners of these premises until the end of November, possibly December even. So that was all. That was all I was actually asking, trying to establish what the timescale of that might be. And I'm sorry, guys, I've just got a couple of others. I'm going to keep going on these. The new staff handover. Again, there was some conflict there between, not conflict, but a difference of opinion between the two, between what Jane says and what your good selves say, in that, on one hand, you rightly said, and I get you for leader, you can't just throw staff out because you've got new management, you know, transfer of undertakings and all that. I understand about all that. So when you were asked about that, when the officer asked you about that, you said that, right enough, that you can't just kick staff out. And so that sort of, in my mind, means that you've still got some of the existing staff. But Jane said there wasn't any existing staff now because after the 10th of October, all of those staff left. Then that means you must have brought your own staff in. So again, I'm really after clarification, that's all. I get these things aren't easy when Jane's online and stuff. I'm not trying to catch you out, I'm just trying to get the, my question is really straightforward. Are all the staff present in that shop at the moment your staff? Or are any of them previous staff that were serving in the shop before you took the licence? So are they all yours now, or is there a mixture of previous staff as well?
I'm going to put the new staff from the previous, and then
So,
current
sorry,
staff.
that isn't what I asked. I asked,
current
are there staff now, today, right this minute,
Yes.
all your staff or not?
Yes, all staff.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need. Thank you very much. So they're all new staff, no previous staff in the premises. Okay. Just a couple of small ones. The training list, you use an online training system. That's fine. You know, lots of people do that. So that will generate a list. Would you be able to, perhaps the officers can help you, print a list out of what it actually says so we can see what it says, what the training, would that be possible? Because if you've got it on the phone, or you can call it up on the phone, and I can, and maybe if that were possible, I don't know if it is, I'm not suggesting, I'm just asking a question, if it was possible to have a list of what that training entailed, that would be helpful. If not, so be it, but it would be helpful. So that's just a question for later. And my last one is, you'll be glad to know, 23rd of the 9th, 24, I'm just not quite clear. It's just a clarification again, because a lot of information here. 23rd of the 9th, and maybe Claire might be able to answer this better. I'm not quite clear why the significance of that date as opposed to the 10th of the 10th. What happened between the 23rd of the 9th and the 10th of October? What happened in that gap? I'm a little bit woolly about what happened in the shop, who owned it, what was the situation in the shop. I'm just a little bit hazy on that gap. And that's perhaps me just not picking up all the information.
Chair, I think I'll be able to clarify that, because
Thanks,
I think
Jane.
what happened was obviously the transfer of the premises licence was applied for, and the variation of the DPS was put in electronically, and I don't think he got sight of the paperwork until the 10th of October. I think that's where the confusion was. So it was put in with immediate effect, but the actual paperwork, I'd have to check on my email, but I'm sure it was emailed around that time. So I think that's where the gap was.
Okay, any officers wish to respond to that? Luke?
Yeah, Chair, so just to clarify what happens when we receive an application, if it ticks the box to ask for it to take immediate effect, then that means that from the 23rd of September, Mr. Mr. Nkrumah becomes the licence holder and the DPS. He's responsible for everything that happens under that premises licence. But the application stays open for 14 days, which allows the police 14 days to make any objection to the application. If no objections are received, then the licence is granted. But from the 23rd of September, the sole responsibility is with the new person. So if something happened on the 25th of September, it's their responsibility.
Okay, that's clarified that, and I think that's all what Claire was trying to get at there as well earlier. So from the 23rd of October, from 23rd of September, you were legally responsible as the licence holder for these premises, and I think what the officers were asking was to have some sight of the records that were being kept between the 23rd, when you took over as licence, and the 10th of October, and what records were being kept at that time, including the refusals register. Now, I recall at the last hearing, we asked about the refusals register, and we were told that that refusals register was actually in existence and being used. So I would be a bit confused if we couldn't actually take sight of that refusals register, because we'd already been told at an early hearing that it was in existence. So whatever happened, whatever refusals happened between the 23rd of September and the 10th of October should be on the refusals register, which we were assured was part of the procedure. So,
Chair, I actually implemented that refusal register with Miss Mariflo, so I would confirm that that is there. I mean, that it might not be blatantly obvious where it is or where it's been, but it definitely was implemented after the last meeting because I did a pack for them with all the training and everything on, so it was definitely there.
Okay, thank you for that. So it was definitely there. So what we're saying here is then, with the experience that you've got in other shops, you would know, and with alcohol, you would know that refusals licence is really important to have. And we've just established that it was there somewhere. So I'm guessing, as you said, that you do have a lot of experience running these premises, that refusals register would have been filled out and would have been able to put their hands on, as James just said, it is in existence. You have the experience and your staff have the experience to actually run these shops. So there would be a refusals register there for the officers and us, in fact, to view. I'm a bit confused why there isn't. So
Chair,
is it there somewhere?
Can I just jump in? Just for my previous dealings with the former business, the refusals register was electronic. It was connected to the electronic point of sale system, so it wasn't a physical book, whether that was implemented after, but when I've had previous dealings with them, it was all connected to the point of sale, so they could view it electronically.
Yeah, I did remember that. And again, I'm sorry for pushing this point, but the fact is you're asking for the licence to be continual, for us to grant the licence. So this is why I'm so interested in this bit, because you have been the licence holder since the 23rd. The officers did ask you for refusals register between that time, how many refusals have there been? And as you want to carry on the licence, it would be really important for us to understand that that refusal register, which is really important, bearing in mind the history of these premises, and the fact, so we've got a history of the premises here, we've now got a licence holder from the 23rd who, by their own admission, and we understand and accept that you have significant experience in running these shops, and so therefore it was not unreasonable for us to ask for, so bearing in mind the history of this shop, what the numbers of refusals are between the from the 23rd of September. And I'd be surprised if then, because of your experience and the history of the shop, and you've also confirmed from a question of my colleagues that you understood what the reputation of the shop was before you took it. So you knew all of that. So I'm a bit stuck just to understand why there isn't a refusal register that we can have a look at.
Can I talk one? The till is working like same system we have, because all the shops and every age product should have verification. The sales system had to press the verification, otherwise you can't sell. So each product, say example medicine or alcohol, each time you scan, it will come up with the page, the person is over 18 or over 25. So after we press legally the button, we can do the sales. So it's already there, the electronic system there, but manual book, we don't have it. So manual, we can provide for you from this shop as well. You can have the manual logbook as well. So the electronic system already there for last more than 10 years. So electronically is their system.
Okay, I've seen that system work. I do understand what you mean. I'm still interested in the number of refusals that there were, bearing in mind the history and the reputation of these premises. I'm still interested in the number of young people that have come into the shop, because they're not just going to stop overnight, in that time, and how many refusals they were. And I would have thought with a system such as you described, those refusals would be able to be retrieved so we can have a look at them. Are there 5? Are there 50? You know, it's very hard for, if we don't know that, it's very hard for us to ascertain what the level of sales or attempted sales, I won't say sales, attempted sales to underage people there may have been. We've got no way of verifying that without that type of information. I think I'll do something really odd and be quiet for a while. Gentlemen, questions?
Yeah. This is a question for Mr. Sasikumar. You said that earlier. You said that if we granted this license, then you will start the legal process of buying the shop. Is that what you said?
No, it's already started. With the solicitor, with the lead solicitors, and then Mariflow solicitor, and then my solicitor. So 3 solicitors has to be dealing with that. It takes time. So I already started with all the paperwork they asked me. So I sent it all of them. So they asked for my documents and passport copies and everything. I sent it to solicitor. So I still didn't get. The landlord solicitor did not update, so little document they need more. If you say then license part, and then I can more money invest, and then I can continue, because otherwise I don't want to lose money to put it back to in the business.
Okay, and so what will you do if we do not grant this license?
Yes. If you granted this license, then I will do. Then otherwise, I can't continue because it's a high risk for other my shop as well.
Okay, thank you.
Could I understand something about the organisation of the property? Now, is it that the property has got a downstairs shop area and an upstairs accommodation area?
Both are separate. That on the top floor is a 3-bedroom. I think they go different estate agency, and then floor is separately they're doing. So I'm only taking the shops only, not any upstairs or anything, just the shop floor.
Okay, so is Mr. Mariflow and his family still living upstairs?
I don't know anything about that because I can't allow to go upstairs or anything to check.
Can I just jump in there? No, he doesn't live there. He's living in a village somewhere outside of the area. Him and his 2 daughters, and his daughter who took the license on, she's going to now go and live in Canada and study in Canada. But he doesn't live above the shop.
Okay, so who lives above the shop?
I don't know, but I just know he doesn't live above the shop.
So the shop is a separately rented area, and the landlord has 2 premises. He's got the upstairs and the downstairs. And Mr. Sasikumar, you're taking a lease from the landlord for the downstairs. And is that a long lease, or is it a...
Long lease, I think my solicitor sent me those documents. 7 years more lease continue.
So do you mean you're in for 7 years?
Continue more 7 years, because they continue with the previous, and then to my one, when they change over new, it's going to be another 7 years. Then after I have to renew again.
Okay, so you take over legally and take the lease on, you will have 7 years. 7 years.
Reminding.
And then you presumably have the option to renew in due course?
Yes.
Okay. But you're in for 7 years is what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so are there any other questions? Please, Alex.
May I just ask one? You've mentioned to the committee that you have a lot of experience with the various licensed premises that you have. If this all goes through, how often do you intend to actually be at Luxor Sparkle, well, Premier, sorry, how often will you actually be working there?
I can go to every day because that my daughter's studying in Cambridge, so it's easy to go every day. So I'm going to run, me and wife going to run the business because my wife is already working in the Havel service station, so she's got experience and me. So and then I'm going to put another 2 staff from the service station because they've already 10 years working, so they have a off license proper training. So because this is big challenge because already so many issues happen. So I have to prove as well because if I lost this license, then I have to affect my other business as well. It's not this one only. So it's a risk, it's my risk as well here to take this business.
And do you intend to have any members of staff train up to the level of the personal licence holder, so do the award for personal licence holders?
Yes, I'm going to do my wife and then I'm staff as well.
And it sounds as though the alcohol component of the licence is very important to you buying Luxor Sparkles is Premier now, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Could I ask a question? Are you trading through a company, and maybe I should have seen this in the documents, or are you taking the lease in your own personal name, and you've applied for this license in your own personal name, i.e. as you're operating as an individual?
Yeah, I'm going to do individual, yeah.
Yeah. So you'll be trading in person?
Yeah.
Sorry. And it's going to be a franchise business. It's going to be like a Premier's franchise, Bookers.
I'm sorry, I don't think we didn't really understand the response on that.
It's going to be own name. It's called franchise business owned by, like Premier, Bookers, like by chance. It's going to have a brand name. Brand name. It's a different brand. It's not old name, brand names. It's going to brand it like a Premier store. It's like a chain. It's like you buy your goods from them. They support all the training, providing goods, providing all the deliveries.
Can I just to clarify, the legal entity of the business, are you going to be a sole trader or are you going to be trading as a limited
Sole
company?
trader. It's going to be sole trader.
Sole trader. Thank you.
But are you?
I don't know. I don't know whether I can maybe make that a little bit plainer. I mean, what he does is he's a sole trader, but it's like a brand that he's signing up to, Premier. So although the brand's there, it's got nothing to do with the legality of it. It's just he's then buying these goods and they give support and they give extras to the shops that actually take their brand on. So they can shop through Bookers at a better price. They can get the staff training. They can get all of the offers. They can get the marketing and stuff through Premier, which is Bookers owned. But that's got nothing to do with the legality of the ownership of the shop. That's just his as an individual.
Yeah, I think I understand that, Jane. Now, I see what you mean. It just threw us off a minute there because that was a very good question. I hadn't thought to ask that one. Yeah, I get that. So the business, as Kirsty has asked, is a sole trader, but you've just gone to this supplier because you can get better deals. So the shop is just supplied by Premier, but doesn't have anything to do with ownership or running or anything. You just supply the goods which go in the shop.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I've got you now. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, it did throw me off for a bit, I have to say, but no, I've got that. Thank you. Any other questions from officers? Anybody in the room? Okay, thank you very much. I know that was a lot of questions. I would like to say I apologise for asking so many questions, but I'm not going to do that because I think it's really important to get to understand where we're going to be going with this. So what we're going to do now, we're going to leave you for a little while. We'll come back, as is my normal practice, give me about 30, 40 minutes, something like that, and we'll come back to you and tell you how long
Chair?
we're likely to be.
Sorry, do you want to allow people to summarise their points first
We're
before you
going
adjourn?
to come back, but sort of what I was asking if anybody else had anything else to say, I think we're okay with it. Actually, does anybody want to summarise any further?
Could I just provide you with your options?
Oh, yeah,
In that
yeah,
case,
certainly, sorry,
Mr.
Luke.
Chair. On page 10, options under section 5, whilst having reference to the information provided by the applicant, the premises licence holder and the information raised in the representations, also Cambridge City Council's statement of licence and policy, the subcommittee's decision must be made with a view to promoting one or more of the 4 licensing objectives, namely the prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, the prevention of public nuisance and the protection of children from harm. Members should take such steps that they consider unnecessary for the promotion of the licence objectives. The subcommittee may resolve to leave the licence as it is, to modify the conditions of the licence, to exclude a licensable activity from the scope of the licence, to remove the designated premises supervisor, to suspend the licence for a period not exceeding 3 months, to revoke the licence. And just to clarify, if the situation arises, it can be a combination of any one of those options. It doesn't just have to be one. And on B, to modify the conditions of the licence, a lot has been spoken about what would be done at the premises, and I think you raised the point of the previous review hearing where they said about a refusals register. That isn't an actual condition on the licence, so anything that you want to be on the licence needs to be recorded in the record of the decision as a condition to be added. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Luke. So I'll ask again for a third time. Is everybody happy? Anybody want to say anything else?
Can I just ask something, Chair?
Yeah, please.
Or just say something, Chair. Can I just say, if members are minded to allow the licence to remain, but would like to add conditions to the licence in order to sufficiently promote the licensing objectives, Trading Standards Police and the Licensing Authority have drafted a list of suggested conditions that you may wish to refer to.
Yeah, that would be useful. Yeah, yes, we will. Have you got a copy there, Alex? Of it? Yeah, we'll take those.
Could I ask a question of Luke?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Luke, so just so I understand the exact situation, we've got a licence, this new licence here, which is in the name of, which has got the title of Premier Cambridge Convenience Store with Mr. Sasikumar as the, on part 2. That is effectively in place and running at the moment. So what we're being asked to do is to decide if we're going to leave that in place running at the moment or maybe modify the conditions. We're not being asked to do...
But you've got all of them options open to you, so you can decide. That is the current premises licence, and you can do any of those. I think it's 6 options from do nothing, modify, suspend, revoke.
Okay, I think I'm clearer now. Thank you very much.
Could I just make one brief point as well? Would that be okay? So I think Ms Gilliard said at an earlier point that the applicant is willing to accept virtually all of the conditions which you would possibly consider today. And Mr Beebe has suggested that there is a list of conditions which he's now given to you. For clarity, if they are willing to accept all of those conditions without prejudicing your discretion whatsoever, it might be very helpful to read out those conditions in front of Ms Gilliard and the applicant to know that they would actually not oppose and they would be happy to accede to those conditions which you've just been given, just for the sense of clarity.
Well, it's very strange you say that because to me, although I'm very grateful to have Alex's input, this is a new document, a new piece of evidence, if you will, although not quite that, which needs to be available to all parties. So what I was actually just going to do was see if we could photocopy this And so everybody's got a copy, and I thought that was a fair and proper thing to do. The only thing is, because Jane's online, we can't do that. Once we've got, I think this is probably the only copy, isn't it, Alex? Because so we just photocopy it, but I mean, I could read. There's quite a lot here. I could read it all off. But if it's acceptable, if Jane's still online, I don't mind if once it's copied, because we're only going to be talking about this and we'll have it, so we will disappear and start the process to see how long we're actually going to take. Because I normally say within 30 to 40 minutes we'll come back and say, look, we're going to be 2 hours, 3 hours, or tomorrow, or we'll be all right in half an hour. You know, I like to give people a ballpark so they're not just hanging around. So while we do that, if it's acceptable, would that be okay to, we'll take these copies, and then if Luke or perhaps, or probably Alex, it's his document, read it aloud so that Jane can hear what's on the document. Would that suffice?
I think just from a procedural point of view, I don't think this is evidence. This is not introducing new evidence. So I think it's absolutely fine to introduce it.
Okay, so what we'll do, we'll just copy that, this then, and practice. Would you mind just talking Jane through that so she knows what's in it?
I think we could probably
Absolutely,
email,
or I can email it to.
yeah, we could email
Jane.
it to Jane, and I'm sure she'll be able to pick it
Yeah,
up.
that would be perfect. That would be perfect, Chair.
I hadn't thought of that. Okay, thank you everyone for just for reconvening just for a couple of minutes. That's all it is. And I'm not expecting anyone to take any indication of what our decision may be yet because we haven't made it. But what we have been advised by a legal representative, and he's absolutely right, is to now you've had a chance to read the suggested conditions, we need to ask you that should we wish to impose these conditions, and as I say, no decision has yet been taken, I want to emphasise that, would these conditions be acceptable, and would you be in a position to, if they were attached to your licence, be part of that licence that you would accept? Yeah, just a yes or no.
Yes, I accept it. That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Secondly, Jane, you kindly sent a link to the training outline.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Sarah can't open it, so maybe a little conversation between the two of you after we've disappeared might help.
Right, okay.
We're going to, we're thinking sort of maybe hour and a half, something like that. So we're going to make a decision reasonably, we're not going to be here for the rest of the day. We've got lots of information. So we're thinking between, 2 hours would be maximum, something like that. But if I say an hour, hour and a half, because it takes time to do paperwork and everything else, and we'll reconvene. So, if you want to pop off and get a coffee or something, for the next hour, so you'll be fine. And then we'll reconvene as soon as we can. Any other questions, anything I've missed, gentlemen?
Nope. Chair, could I just...
Yeah, sure, please, Luke.
Could we just clarify the wording of suggested condition 9? No alcoholic goods or tobacco products shall be purchased or taken from persons calling to the shop.
Actually, that's a good point, yeah.
Because calling could take visit.
Yeah, just a bit of
visit
clarification on that one, Alex.
Sorry, Chair, I think that was myself. No alcoholic goods or tobacco products shall be purchased or taken from persons calling at the shop. I think that's people who are going into the shop on ad hoc trying to sell alcohol or tobacco. That's what I meant.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm looking at it the wrong way round. Yeah, so you're talking about people coming into the shop on spec just trying to sell alcohol, which indeed they could have got from anywhere and may not be legally purchased by that person, so you don't want to be... Got you. Okay.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. I was looking at it the wrong way round there. I thought, well, if nobody buys it... Okay. So it's just to put a stop on any illegal activity with tobacco and alcohol entering in the shop. Okay, yeah, thank you for that. That actually does lead me to another question. That's a good point. If I can just ask you, gentlemen, you said that you were engaged with Premier to supply the shop. So Claire's point is well made. So would that mean that everything in the shop would come from them? So you wouldn't be purchasing anything from, let's say, representatives who just called into the shop with a really good deal?
85% from the shops, and rest of them like suppliers, because even though suppliers, they send the invoice to the Premier. They have a different suppliers as well.
Okay, so there's no intention, as Claire is rightly indicating, to be purchasing those two particular types of goods from speculative representatives just calling off the street. So that's actually what item 9 means, and I think it's a really important one, and thank you, Luke, for highlighting it. I think that is an important one. So that's what we're saying, isn't it? No speculative sales from... Okay, thank you very much. Gentlemen?
Chair, may I just say, in relation to the wording on that, and I might need to take guidance from Kirsty, it says no alcoholic goods or tobacco products. Would you class that as vapes would come under tobacco, or would you need to separate that? Okay, so we didn't... Okay.
Yeah, because, right enough, Claire, that's a good point, because vapes are not tobacco, are they? So we can add in there the word vapes, can't we?
legal might be able to, tobacco and vapes aren't covered by the Licensing Act. So I'm not sure it's a proportionate condition to be on the licence. The premises licence just relates to alcohol, sales of alcohol.
There is guidance in relation to illicit tobacco sales that is covered by the Licensing Act.
Yeah,
Got a
that's
link to
right,
it
because
somewhere.
we covered that in some other cases, didn't we? And
Yes.
that's popped up in other cases. So, I mean, your point is fine, and I guess we need to be clear about it. But I know it was heard in this room in this and other cases where illegal vapes and so forth were seized from premises, but it still came here as part of the evidence. We may or may not have made a direct decision on the vapes themselves, but it did form part of the evidence by which we used to make our decision. And I'm guessing if it didn't fall within the licensing the Licensing Act completely, we wouldn't have been able to include it in our deliberations in order to make a decision. Did that make sense, or was that a load of rubbish? I think that made sense. How do you feel on that, Claire?
I think for me to try and simplify this, because we've had this issue with a different licensing authority, is we're talking about the licensing objectives, and whilst tobacco isn't covered by it, dealing with illicit tobacco, obviously, we would relate to that breaching licence conditions. A bit like, for example, I think in Peterborough, a licence was revoked on handling stolen goods. So you could argue that stolen goods aren't covered under the Licensing Act, but the licence still got revoked because of that. So that's my kind of thought process.
I agree with that you've got the premises licence, and examples of wrongdoing can add to whether that premises licence should remain. My only issue is how enforceable that, whether we could ever prosecute under the Licensing Act for breach of condition if they did buy tobacco products, even though you've got a condition on your licence. I'm not sure it's enforceable, but...
I guess in the end that would be testable in court, wouldn't it? Because it would form, with Kirsty, it would form part of the licensing objectives, protection of children from harm, wouldn't it?
And the crime and disorder objective as well.
Let's leave it in.
So for my clarity, will all vapes being, if we were to, whatever decision we make, will vapes all be purchased through the Booker's supply chain?
I believe that that's what the premises licence holder is suggesting. From my experience, we have had in the past somebody who ran a Premier franchise who obtained all of their stock through the Premier franchise, but somebody cold called them with vodka and they actually purchased the vodka from the person in the van. So I appreciate that they're saying that they won't. What we're trying to cover off is that obviously they're telling us they're going to do the right thing, but if further down the line they don't, we've tried to cover that off.
Yeah, I can see that, and that's sort of what we're saying, isn't it? That no speculative purchases from unknown or independent sellers whose origin of those goods is unknown. I mean, there may be, to be fair to them, if there was a situation where they had to top up sales or something, top up goods, but they went to they were obtained from a legitimate source, we're not arguing about that. It doesn't all have to be Premier. That wouldn't be for us to decide. That'd be for them to decide. But as long as the supplier was legitimate and could be proven to be so, and they're not just speculative suppliers just stepping off the street out the back of a van, that's what we're trying to stop, and that's all. Is that right? Yeah, I thought we'd be happy with that. Any more? Okay, thank you very much, everyone. happy to go? Thank you for waiting, everyone. It took a little longer than we expected, but it's important to get these things right. I think we've got everybody. Nobody missing, is there? Nobody missing? Oh yeah, we haven't got Jane on. So I don't know if Jane's going to join. Okay, we'll just wait a few minutes to see if Jane can join. That's fine. Welcome back, Jane. We were just waiting for you to join us, so you haven't missed anything.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for waiting for us. As I say, it took a little longer than we thought, but it's worth it to get these things right. Now, the record decision is quite a lengthy document, and the reason for that is that we considered that we wanted to be quite precise in how we went about assessing the application for these premises, especially in view of the history. So you'll be relieved to know that I shall depart from our normal practice, and I'm not going to read every single word, which we would normally do. So I'm not going to read that because it is a lengthy document. However, I will read the important parts, and you will have a copy of this the moment it's been read out. Is everybody happy with that? Thank you so much. So this is the record of decision for review under the Licensing Act. So I'll just read a few pieces out here. Cambridge City Council, as a licensing authority, has received an application to review the premises licence from Trading Standards in their capacity as a responsible authority under the Licensing Act 2003 for premises. Premier Cambridge Convenience Store, formerly known as Luxor Sparkles, at 103 Cherry Hinton Road, Cambridge, CB17BS. I'll take us straight to the decision. The decision is, having listened to all the evidence and considered the above members' determination to suspend the premises licence for a period of 3 months. So that is the alcohol licence will be suspended for a period of 3 months from the date of service of this decision, and to modify the conditions of the premises licence as annexed to this decision. And what basically that means, gentlemen, is at the back here, there are the suggested conditions that you have already read and agreed to. However, I will come back to them for 2 reasons. I'll carry on. The Licensing Subcommittee additionally recommends that the Licensing Authority provides the following support. That a licence inspection is undertaken 6 months after the date that the suspension is completed. I will take us to a different page rather than read all this because you will get a chance to read it. but I think this is important. Our reasons for reaching the decision are as follows. That Mr. Sakuma is managing the premises. He took immediate control on the 23rd of September 2024, but confirmed that he had done nothing and had not been involved with the running or management of the premises until the 10th of October 2024. This surprised the subcommittee, given that there was a void of management at the premises, which has an acknowledged reputation for supply of underage alcohol. This evidence was repeated by his agent, Jane Gilead. Therefore, it is a concern also that the location of the refusals book for sales to underage customers was unknown. The location was unknown by Mr. Sakuma. And we haven't been able to see a copy of that. I want to take you to the suggested conditions, and you will see when you read that they have been slightly updated because there was handwritten advice on them, and now that has just been incorporated in a typed advice so it can be easily read. Now, I'll take you to item 9, which is on the suggested conditions, which is slightly different to the printed version, but that was agreed by yourselves when we were in the process of the hearing, and that concerns vapes. So item 9 now reads, the premises licence holder or appointed person in charge will ensure that no alcohol, tobacco or e-cigarettes, and inverted commas, vapes, will ever be purchased from sellers calling at the premises. And I think we qualified that by saying, if you remember, that we would not be expecting you to make purchases from fly-by sellers that you don't know. It's stopping outside, vans and so forth, and just coming into the shop and attempting to sell goods from the pavement, basically. That's all that means, and you'd already agreed to that. Item 12 has been added in. The licence holder will arrange for an independent audit company to undertake test purchases of age-restricted products at least every 3 months and provide results to trading standards by email. Now, even though that wasn't, I'll just be clear, that wasn't on the actual printed document that you read first, but it was agreed later in this hearing. So it was right, that was added on. So although this reads slightly different to the first version, we had discussed it and it had been agreed in this room at that hearing. So it's nothing new, it's just the way that it appears written on the conditions. I think that there is so much text here, and we have evidenced and backgrounds our reasons for coming to those decisions, and you will have ample time to actually read that. And as Alex has reminded me, you have 21 days, Alex, with which to appeal this notice, but also just remind me, Alex, if you will, the 21 days, the alcohol that's being sold at the moment must be removed within that 21 days, or does it need to be done immediately?
It will be after the appeal period is finished.
So, okay, that's how I understood it. I just wanted clarity from the Environmental Health Officer. So basically what that means is the alcohol that you've got on the shelves at the moment, that is still within your remit, but at 21 days it needs to be removed, correct? Are you okay with that? Okay, so you understand that condition, that's really what I'm saying. Okay, I think in that case, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's hearing. Thank you very much for attending today and for waiting.